All right. I was just doing my spam, getting things out there. Oh, I can hear myself. Not good. So, what's up, Zadius? Glad you could pop in. We'll see how it goes. I was going to be doing some Thunderchild content. Right now I'm kind of torn between streaming versus creating video content. I've got a lot of ideas cooking, so I want to get on, just kind of play a bit, see what's going on. I'm sure you know Zat, but for anyone else who might be listening, I've had a dream for a while of the EDENCOM FLEET. And yesterday I took some steps to get a little bit closer to that being a reality. I've got both of my alts now sitting in Thunderchilds with T2 guns. They're not perfect skills quite yet, and the kind of current objective is just to learn the Thunderchild and all of its uses as best as we can. I think with 3, based on the videos I've seen and the experience that I have doing solo Thunderchild content, I think with 3 you're looking at soloing nullsec sites and running missions actually at a faster speed. Like that's the point where I think it starts to become worth it. Mute my alt and kind of get things set up over here too. Haven't installed Evo preview yet. I need to. It's really interesting how many screens I feel like I already need. Whenever I used to play Eve strictly with just one character, I liked to stretch my screen across 3 monitors. So right now it's a bit cramped with two monitors, and what we got going on over here, gonna be making a lot of changes to the overall computer setup. Worlds collide. I can't remember. There was a mission that I started to do, and it was going slow, and I was just too tired to finish it, quite frankly. Okay, he's in fleet. Might actually just run in windowed mode, see how that comes across, if that works. Yeah, it just kind of trims the size a little bit. There we go. That's probably good enough. So this might be a mission that's like halfway completed. I'm not entirely sure just yet. Fleet. Perfect.
Warp drive active.
Look at that. That is sexual. Right there. It's too, this is how skybreakers are made. Oh yeah, there's an MT. This is 100%. I came in, look, the mission respawned because of downtime. I was getting tired, man. And I do not have the overall setup ironed out. Like, it's admittedly pretty fucking slow right now. When I get back into Jamie, I will probably end up running. I liked running missions in a Marauder recently. The money is surprisingly really good. Loot's worth a lot. One of the biggest drawbacks is having to, when you're running missions that way, where you're collecting all of the actual loot, the biggest drawback I find is having to kind of save all of these MTU locations, all these cargo container locations, and then either have an alt come by and scoop that stuff, deal with the salvage, or to dock up and go out in a dedicated hauling ship and go slowly scoop all of this stuff up. A Marauder, a battleship by itself is just not quite there in terms of picking up all the loot, but I feel like a couple of them, you know, it starts to change things. It starts to change that equation a little bit. And then on top of that, where the Marauder, you know, where the Paladin would fall short, this ship shines and vice versa. So if you have, I'm thinking if I have a Thunderchild with a Paladin, you know, the Thunderchild's going to be laying down huge amounts of AoE. Paladin's going to be able to snipe those high, heavy resistance targets, or, you know, even small targets, whatever it might be. But right now I'm just kind of playing, experimenting. You know, let's see how this goes. I didn't target anyone up on my ult here, so I'm gonna have to get those cycling over there. So we got two Thunderchild sniping from 100 kilometers out. You know, ideally we're gonna be in electro punch range, so we can do a lot more damage, but it looks kind of so much more satisfying to have this other Stormbringer sitting here above me. You really see that fucking arc when it goes out. It was wild. It's a wild ship. I tried to watch Ron on YouTube last night and it wouldn't let me cuss at him. 45 minutes, 15 minutes of looting. Yeah, 100%. It's, it used to be a lot harder to justify though. Like now it's actually really worth it. But for these types of missions right here, like this is probably the worst. The rooms where you just have these long spawns, these fucking frigates right here are gonna be so annoying. I'm gonna have to focus target them with two battleships. And then another thing that kind of hurts the Stormbringer is just the overall resistance profile of things. So there's no explosive damage going out ever. It's always gonna be EM kinetic, which works great for Garistas, Serpentis, fucking Blood Raiders, but not the Gist, not Gisty, not the Angels. You said you were watching Ron? What is Ron streaming? I didn't even know. And it's funny too, because Ron is much more of a personality than I am. He's entertaining, he's funny. But when he self-promotes, it's never like shameless. Maybe it is. Maybe I just haven't seen it. Cata raid? Okay. Well, that's cool. These drones are dying. Yeah, this mission was a real pain. That's why I stopped. I remember now. And after this guy dies, I'm gonna have to... Mr. Battleship, just die so I can kill the frigates. That's another thing. I need to get the right ammo, the blast shot condenser stuff.
Is empty.
And I probably shouldn't be sitting here running a micro warp drive while I'm sitting completely still. It's not good. Oh, look, they're butt to butt. That is so...
The capacitor is empty.
Interesting. Yeah, so capacitor is an issue that I've been trying to play around with, seeing if I can get away with the micro warp drive. Because when you are using a micro warp drive, you can, like, you know, move around so quickly. WoW isn't his game to stream. I mean, I think the problem with streaming a WoW raid is that you're streaming your raid leader shot call, and you kind of sit there and, you know, like, I'd imagine unless you're the raid leader, right? Like, it's gonna be a little bit of a slog. One of my challenges with Eve is, like, you know, excitement. Like, everything that I do that brings me excitement in the game is a moment where I'm, like, most likely gonna die. So I think part of my challenge is, you know, whenever I have money burning a hole in my pocket in game, I always have these, like, grand, like, plan, you know, goal, fantasy things I've always wanted in Eve. It's hard for me to, like, sit on the money and save it and just use it for PvP, just use it. If there were more people for me to play with who had, like, similar aligned visions, I would get a real kick out of, like, small gang, blingy T3 cruiser type stuff. But yeah. It was only his audio. Okay, so you're listening to him, what, moan and groan and gripe, like, and say, like, oh, he's calling for us to wipe now, like, we've already wiped 3 times on this, like, how much longer is this gonna be? Or because I can only imagine if you got my unfiltered thoughts while I'm sitting in a raid, it would be a lot of frustration. You know, why aren't we pulling trash yet? Why haven't we done this yet? They didn't wipe, they steamrolled it. Okay, so it was him complaining about it being too easy, I'm guessing. Like, man, we just come in here, we slap chop this content. It's not even challenging. I'm just waiting for Mist of Pandaria. That was my favorite expansion. I could be wrong. But I like to make assumptions and predictions just in case I am right. Combat music. I haven't turned that one on in a while. Okay, at first glance, this seems like it would be fun because there's so many ships in here. But this is about to suck. I can feel it in my bones. These frigates are never fun. I'm just gonna start slow burning in a direction. Overheat the Vorton because it just doesn't really produce any heat. It cycles so slow. Oh, I'm even hitting the wrong one. Yeah, let's not hit that one. Let's hit this one over here so that we can really get that. Just hopefully won't have to like warp out. Because that would be annoying. But yeah, if we can get a clump of battleships like this, we are doing 5k DPS theoretically with each ship. If you had like 10 battleships. And then what I'm hoping is that by letting all these frigates kind of like accumulate on top of the Thunderchilds here after I get this battleship down, hoping that the bounce will carry us through. We'll start bouncing on the small stuff with the other Thunderchild while I take this battleship down. He's coming down really fucking slow. I don't have drones in this character right now. The other one's got like 3 in his car or in his drone bay, but if I drop them, they'll just die. I need to re-up on drones for both of them and probably just run Caldari Navy Hornets. They're gonna have the better shields out of the light drones, and their shields will kind of regen, so that'll be helpful. All right, I think at this point I'm gonna see if we can't bring down a couple more of these frigates. Since I have an aggressed this other group, there's no reason. Well, right as I say that, they pull. But we're getting some good bounces in on the battleship that's sitting right here. But I want to get some on this pocket over here. It's flying at us. basically taking like the AoE opportunities as they present themselves. So now I've got both of the Thunderchild cycling on this pack of battleships over here. Looks like we might be focused on 2 different targets here. Yeah. I'm gonna switch to focusing on the closer ones. Hopefully I won't need to warp out. But yeah, their struggle on these rats was just so bad. It would be... If we kill something twice as fast with EM, single target, yeah, just imagine what that's doing in AoE. But unfortunately, it does feel like I'm taking more damage than I want to be right now. This is like a straight buffer tank. So I don't want to just sit here like this. See if it's recoverable at all, but that's something else, is like making note of the missions where these are really bad. But with a Marauder, there wouldn't be any bad missions, right? So, but this is most certainly very bad. Which has me thinking, like,
Warp drive active.
the biggest problem, number one, they're not they're not clumping, but number two, single target DPS is the biggest limiting factor on the ship. So when you're blowing your 500 single target DPS into 70% resistances, you're just cucking yourself. So maybe for now, declining missions where I can't shoot into EM or kinetic. It's hard to say. World's Collide is one of the missions I skip. Takes too long on blitzing. Kill the webs. Use micro warp drive to gain distance, and they all line up for you. Yeah, and that's true. That will work. It will work. It just takes a while to do it that way. Who's fucking calling me now? I mean, I could keep slow boating and just use micro jump drives.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
This is why I need you out here, Zat, so I have some single target DPS. I get Jamie back in 7 days. In your Ibis. No prop mod, just micro jump drive. Yeah, I think no prop mod, micro jump drive would be better than running a micro warp drive. Micro warp drive just fucks the cap too hard anyways. It's really kind of bad. This ship is so cap hungry with this gun. And I need to get rid of the salvage drones on this guy. I think the Hornets out will help a lot. Micro jump drive will help a bit. It's always just gonna suck on that mission. So anything to like mitigate that will be helpful. But level 4s is, I think it's a great tool for me for benchmarking ships, but I also think that in terms of like recruiting new players, having like a little home base out here and like a prime level 4 area, you know, it's just like a good way to get something started without having to get too hasty and start dropping stations and creating all these lofty goals around mining. You know, I just kind of want a place to get the crew together and start thinking about like, you know, what it is that they want to do. So mission running has always been historically for me like a lot of people like to hop in comms and go like chill and mine. Like for me it was like running missions back in the day. Get like you or Thu running a mission fleet. Pop in, pop out. And that's one of the things I sent you is like the idea of like, what if you could log in and see, you know, oh, look, so-and-so's running missions and they're in this system, you know, without ever having to, you know, like get in comms or ask people where they're at, like, you know, like a live space map, kind of like Pathfinder. Oh.
Warp drive active.
Alright, what's that, 5 out of 10? No, it was a refuge. Police skin? Yeah. I love the police skins. They're so good. Oh, look at that. That's crispy. What is that skin? Probably 3 bill or something? I don't even want to know. No orders found. I'm going to say 3 bill. You got the whole police skin set? Okay. Yeah, that's
active.
The police skins are my favorite. I like the Abyssal Dark Glow one for the Gila that has the black smoke effect, but it's just too black. When you have a ship that is that dark and you're looking at the dark backdrop of space, it's kind of, you know, I want something to pop a little bit. But I really like that they added the precursor materials, the Triglavian materials, to the whole Skinner program. Because being able to make a paladin with like the precursor steel, the Triglavian kind of metal on it is really cool. 2.4 bill in Jita? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Docking permission requested.
mean-
Docking request accepted.
I'd pay that much. I haven't, but yeah, that's. You start buying skins for a ship when you've got level 5 out of 5 skills, right? That's what everyone does, right? Oh, Zach, have you seen this shit? These ships? The EDENCOM haulers? This thing is a 30 mil ship. Yeah, you have seen it? Look at how many mobile depots I can hold in here. Do you know how much propaganda you can go spread in someone's space with this thing? It is wild. What's up, Gitch? How's it going? Yeah, so 50,000 meters cubed. I have no skills for this thing. 6,700 meters on the like actual cargo hold space. You can run it with missiles, which I think is amazing. And it's tanky. And it's tank the Tech 2 version. I was able to get that thing at over 500,000 EHP. These things are cool. I'm doing great, Gitch. I'm just enjoying my freedom while I've got it before I'm a working stiff Rick. Trying to pump out some content, play some Eve, learn a skill or two here or there. The usual. Where's our, I think Dixie is our closest. I should have a little, yeah, I got a little insta warp jackdaw there too.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Alright, what am I going here?
Warp drive active.
Where am I yeeting the Thunderchild? I'm not yeeting it yet. I'm learning it. I'm getting familiar. I'm taking her out, getting to know her, finding out what makes her tick. Right now I'm on the way to Dixie to grab some light drones and some micro jump drives to change up the fit a little bit. It's very slow for certain missions. So, until I've got the main and a marauder assisting it, I think you need 3 of them. But eventually, Gitch, the idea is 3 Thunderchilds, and then I will just put a prototype cloak on their high slot and fill them in out to nullsec and just fucking grind havens. And if anyone comes in, pray and cloak up.
Warp drive active.
I don't know. I'm open to ideas. Or, you know, station defense. Seems like if you whipped out 3 1 million EHP Thunderchilds on a high-sec station defense, again, you know, if anyone brings like a drone ball or something and come bash your station, so I don't really know. I just always wanted to do it. And the silly thing is, when I got into 1 Thunderchild, I was like, oh, 1 is stupid. What a waste of money. What a waste of an investment. You got to do 3. It's like,
Warp drive active.
okay. What did I say? Micro jump. We need dose first. Send some money back over. No one has signed up. Cap messaged me privately. He signed up. Ah, that's
Warp
funny.
drive
He
active.
messaged me privately, and then I just said that he signed up.
Docking permission.
Yeah, I don't know how I want to handle that. I made note of him, and what I did when I did the Entropia giveaway a while back is I just live streamed it. I showed everyone, you know, what I see and what I have, and just ran it. But I did want people to put. The only reason why I put in there, like, you know, PM me your YouTube name if you don't want it publicly, because some people have their like first and last name on YouTube. But maybe I can just throw like a little table in there that is like a live Google Sheets or something that shows the people that have entered. Because I did want people to get a sense of that. I don't know. Maybe I'll give out more than 500, but I'm going to give out at least 500. And then I wanted Caldari Navy Hornets. 10 of them. They're expensive here for whatever reason. Because it's Stowe Dixie. No, I'll get it more refined in the future. Right now I like not paying for anyone's services or using anyone else's bots or anything like that. But I figured if 100 PLEX is almost 700 mil, and we're gonna give it out to 5 people, the current base audience is kind of small enough that you'd have a pretty big chance of winning if you signed up.
Autopilot engaged.
Did they fix the Haven spawns? Recent warping for rats had them too far.
Warping
Maybe I
to
want 3
Stargate.
Thunder Children
Warp
and a
drive
rod.
active.
5 build Tengu rod is what I'm thinking. Glorious kill mail. Yeah, the lightning rod is like, that's probably the coolest thing about the EDENCOM ships to me, is that there's an entire strategy around a player being the lightning rod. You're gonna sign up if I'm giving away more than 500. Look, the only thing I'm committing to right now is 500 because I am like, I've spent way too much money on the game in the past couple of days.
Approaching
But
Stargate.
having said that,
Autopilot jumping.
I wanted to make it more because I just felt like, you know, if it was me, if they told me it was 5,000,
Warping to Stargate.
I would
Warp
sign up in a
drive
heartbeat.
active.
But I don't have 5,000 PLEX to give right now. I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm gonna grab a quick smoke.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I'm back. Alright. On the same gitch, if you can see this, LOL. I do like that you guys can cross-communicate. Is that that delay, or the timeout rather, too short? Because I had it permanently displayed on the screen.
Autopilot jumping.
But I was worried that it was too like busy. Should probably just keep it up. Gonna skip the giveaway and hope a new bro went 100%. I mean, I appreciate you guys. I mean, you're both already subscribed, so thanks for all of that. It's a little short. I kind of like it when it's up there. I think it's actually really neat to me that you guys can cross communicate.
Approaching Stargate.
Well, I put it back, but there we go.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It's so weird seeing it like my windows obscuring things. I put stuff in my cargo hold, right? Yes. I've been known to do that.
Approaching Stargate.
So, Gitch, if you don't mind me asking, where are you? Are you from any of the communities that I'm a part of? Did you discover the channel off of YouTube? Because a couple of people in here are people that
Autopilot jumping.
I find out that I know them, but they have a different name on YouTube than they do on Discord or Twitch or in-game.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
A low-sec fleet room. We meet frigates. What are you suggesting that I would be
Approaching station.
Thunderchild on frigate action?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What's up, Vulcanash? I'm glad you finally decided to show up, man.
Reached.
I was feeling a little sad, quite frankly. Guess that's a loot from someone that I killed. Yeah, that was that Thrasher guy I killed. So all the loot goes into the mission running station. This is home base, Abenaki. This is it. It's pretty central to things. It's a really high paying out place. The gankers here, I haven't seen any, to be honest. I actually would prefer that there are gankers around so that I could show new players like how to survive against them. But that being said, not having a ganker presence in an area like this is nice, even though obviously you'll eventually attract it out. You're going to attract people no matter what if you grow. It's just you just have to plan around that. Well, Vulcan Ash, I don't know why you're doing it alone. I've been trying to get you to roam with me. I mean, I know why, you know, because you gotta hop on for a quick 30 minutes. You're at work or something, and we're 30 jumps away from one another. It's part of the game, but UFC frigate menace through low sec. Okay. I mean, as long as people understand that I will be bad and that we will improve over time, 100% down. I've run some fleets before. I've run some with success and I've run some with failure. But I would 100% be down for just grouping up and doing some content with other players, especially if it's PvP. And I think what will happen, Gitch, excuse me, I'll get over this in a minute. I think what will happen is that we'll start hitting a bit of a critical mass here on the stream and YouTube, just this Discord, this community that we're building, where we'll have enough people to where I could put out that kind of a CTA and actually have people show up. Right now, schedule the stream. Yeah, you're right. No, so I have a lot of work I have to do in that regard. I'm still like learning and figuring things out. But I do genuinely believe in this concept of the kind of critical mass. Like right now, if I put out a CTA, I think I could get Vulcan Ash to show up. Zadius, who's in here watching, he's someone who's like a long time Eve player who I think is like getting the itch and considering coming. You know, I could potentially get him. I've got a couple of buddies of mine who I know for a fact would show up for a PvP fleet if I gave them enough heads up, because Eve wants, you know, Eve players want everything to be scheduled, kind of has to be. So like right now, I think turnout wise, I could probably cobble together like 5. I'd like to see better than that. But it's growing quick, man. This is...
Skill training completed.
You have to sign up when, and you can donate to New Bro. Oh. Yeah, I mean... I think it's like... It's good just to let the new people get in on it, you know, get some value. If this works out in terms of like getting some growth, getting some attention, then I'm absolutely gonna do it again, and we're gonna increase it substantially. I gotta get my alt docked in. That's what it is. So far, it looks like it will. I've done a giveaway. I just resubbed. I've done a giveaway before on another game that was very much had like a third world sort of vibe to it, where everyone is just grinding for, you know, 10 cents a day, and it was about $10 in value, and that was a lot of exposure. So I am a believer in them, but I do think that they're a little cringy. It's a little annoying. So I think like a monthly thing would be cool. And I would want to do a lot more than 500 PLEX. I just can't afford it right now. Can't justify it. But we'll get there. My alt's taking its time to dock. I have to give my alt the jump drive and the drones, and we'll go try again here. It's just going to go slower, right? This is going to basically help seal the deal, make things safe. But it is going to be slower than a normal level 4 mission running setup specifically for this mission too, it's very bad. Worlds collide. That being said, there are missions that are excellent. And right now the alt, I haven't even done a lot of missions on these guys, right? I've done maybe 3 level 4s. So just getting up to like level 4s, my alt's sitting on like 80 mil and just like loot, like random shit like this. And I have a good amount of it too. And these dog tags, man, 83 million dog tags right there. The dog tags are great. So for these characters, I'm just gonna tank all their standings. I'm just gonna accept. I'm not gonna decline any faction missions from this agent here. Let's get this. Alt. Will I have enough skill points yet? Yes. Only 38,000. Then our drones and an MTU. This is my main hub. Yeah, I do. Excuse me. We'll put 2 MTUs on the alt. I need to get Evo preview. Got a YouTube suggestion. Sometimes YouTube gets good recommendations. I already read that. I really like that it was organic from YouTube. That's really cool. It's something that I'm really keen to kind of work out the kinks on. But at the same time, my instinct tells me when it comes to something like this, it's all about your community. Because I've built TeamSpeaks, forums, Discords, guilds, run servers for game. Yeah, it's like always been my hobby. And I have seen an amazing level of teamwork and camaraderie around a gaming community that had a real level of value to it. I think back to a community that I was a part of on Gary's Mod, where we had a game mode go down, and I was able to communicate with one of these guys that was a developer at the time, and this guy was just writing code for 8 hours a day for me to get the server back up and working, just out of like a passion for the game.
Warp drive active.
And I was really, really young when I saw that. I was like 15, and it was kind of this whoa moment where I realized that like people would put in a huge amount of work, labor, effort, and build something really fucking cool if they're passionate about it, they're loving, kind of what they're doing, they want to see it work. So I don't think it's about like building a channel or a Twitch stream or like a big powerful Corp and Eve or anything like that, but more like you get a community built, and together as like a hive mind, you can accomplish so much. It's ridiculous. I didn't go to the wrong system, did I? No. Eating fleets will get subs. Yeah, it'll be much more fun. Not only will it be more entertaining, but it'll be much more fun. you know, I'm planning to have fun too. And that's why I need to get better at hunting Gitch. Because going out in like a roam or leading a fleet, if I'm leading a fleet where for 2 hours we're jumping around and never get a fight, I think that was always my apprehension previously to FCing, was feeling that like collective sort of like 15 people are bored, sitting there waiting and bored. I had a lot of that when I would raid lead on World of Warcraft. Just like an apprehension to building up the raid group, because you know that you're going to have 20 people sitting there for an hour moaning and groaning saying like, oh, can we just fill? We just need 3 more people. And it's going to be 23 people groaning for an hour. And it's like, yeah, I'm working on it. But I think if you get really good at hunting and dot land and using the map on Eve, you don't have to worry about that so much. And if you want to pitch in 90 PLEX for the next giveaway, be my guest. But I thought you were saying that you wanted to enter the next giveaway. I don't know if slow boating is the move. I thought it was the move, but you can't do Galente space. You have negative standings. I can't get anything big over to you to help. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, see, and Ron is like, I can't do a Mars space. And it's like, motherfucker, this is how people wind up in nullsec. Jump into Hula, instant fight on gate. Yeah, that was a big epiphany for me coming back to the game this recent time around, is I've spent so much more time just learning about the areas of space in the game. And there are systems I can think of now where I know like, okay, I'm gonna head out there because XYZ goes on out there. I didn't take that, I didn't look at the game that way previously. It's really kind of expanded the game for me in such a different way, because now systems have so much more meaning to them. Filaments and null. I think they're talking about, or we're just talking, when I'm speaking to Zadius about this, I've been trying to convince him and Vulcanash to come play the game and for us to like start a corp or, you know, start working on something together. And I think where the conversation starts when I'm talking to my friends about playing the game is like, it's like, okay, well, I'm out here in this space. And it's like, okay, well, I'm out here in this space over here. And it's like, well, I can't go there. Yeah, well, I can't go over there. And so we're, I think that's kind of what we're bumping into a little bit. But then again, what about Caldari space? What are these pings? Have people make jump clones in G? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but I think in this context we're talking like from the perspective of running missions in HiSec or some shit, like a HiSec home base. I love Jita, but for whatever reason, I have had a lot of apprehension from the people I play the game with about Jita. It's like, not anyone in the chat right now, but a lot of the time I play the game, I end up playing with noobs. I like teaching noobs, and sometimes when you're in a group that has noobs, you have these veteran players who are like worse than noobs. They teach noobs bad habits. And I remember just fighting with a guy in my last group. He would tell new players never to go to Jita because they will die and they will get ganked. Because this dude would like frequently fly to Jita with billions and get popped by insta lockers on the undock and on the dock. So some old player who doesn't know why he's getting killed, doesn't want to know, just thinks it's bullshit, telling new players like never go to Jita. So I've always found myself out in like Galente or Amar, but I prefer to be close to Jita because yeah, anything MPSI, you want to go run Spectre Fleet, whatever. Anytime I'm forming up with some random homies, the meetup is always going to be Jita. Need to get these guys slow boat to the gates. I think these Arch Phalanx guys have a huge amount of resistances, and it's gonna take a while to work them down, but I was gonna bring a Thunderchild to help. Oh. Yeah, that'd be fun. This is like, this would be perfect too, because if we can get me and you running missions in Thunderchilds, I can send a picture of like a Thunderchild fleet to Thu, because I know that's something he always wanted. Can it do wormholes? Yeah, these are the questions I want to know, right? Like, because I've seen people, I've heard tale of people, I've watched videos of people running null anomalies in them. They're not great for level 4 missions, but I'm using level 4 missions as a means to kind of, it's my home base, it's what I'm going to be able to do when I'm in bed, and my girlfriend wants to snuggle while I play a video game. It's like I gotta have something chill, and it's just always where I go whenever I fit up something new that I'm like kind of theory crafting or playing around with, or want to see how it's going to perform. Oh, you're coming out in a pod? Hell yeah, brother. Get out here. I'm gonna grab a drink out of my fridge. These arch phalanx guys are the ones that I don't want to deal with because I know that they're gonna suck. Yeah, 90% EM resistance, 79% kinetic, which is just... This is like actually the worst mission. It'll be really cool to get a mission with Blood Raiders. Just nothing but Blood Raider battleships, so you can just see the big numbers. And it's so it's so weird to me that they made it to where the EDENCOM weapons won't damage other friendly players in high sec. Like it won't make you a suspect or a criminal or anything. But it will still damage your own drones. Like they just don't want to make it too easy to use it or something. Yeah, this one rat with the high resistances just kills the whole... I mean, the whole mission's already slow as hell, so it's just making it so much worse. You know what? Fuck it. See if 10 drones is enough to deal with that cruiser. It doesn't really look like it. It's so sad. But those Hornets are tanky, huh? I mean, they're taking EDENCOM damage pretty... That was pretty big about damage. this guy pulled range on my ult. Oh, take care, Gitch. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Hornets regen faster than the gun's gonna kill them. If you could manually pilot a drone like a fighter, you could use it as like a little lightning rod. Yeah, I don't like propless for missions. This is gonna have to figure that piece out. I might end up dropping one of these and running a power diagnostic system here. Let me sim that real quick. So if I run true, Sancha, and then a enduring micro warp drive. Still nowhere near stable running it, but yeah, it's a little bit better. Just by a little bit. I would have dropped an MTU in here, but honestly, I didn't know if I was even gonna complete this mission just because of how bad it is for these ships. I thought I might even just abandon it. Those drones are leagues better than the Hobgoblin 2s. Not only do the Hobgoblin 2s get eaten up by the actual rats in the mission site, but these Hornets were just sitting there tanking my EDENCOM weapons the entire time.
Active. Alright, this looks a little bit better. Corpus
So these guys are weak to EM. Oh, we're in heaven here. Oh my god. All the lightning is just... It's very satisfying. Damn, this battleship's almost dead already. So much better when you're fighting the right rats. It's insane. And when they're all grouped up like this. Oh, I accidentally double clicked. Yeah, so then, like what I'm talking about is, this is why you have the Marauder, the single target. Because even in a Marauder, this mission is just annoying as hell. But if with the right like little 3-person configuration, I think micro warp drives, not jump drives. Being able to get gate to gate quick is important. Granted, you want to be able to survive a suicide gank. And then something with a single target, like a golem, you know, that's agnostic to the type of damage that you're using. So you can run explosive if you have to, or like a Vargur even. Because even though I probably will still end up using a Paladin, you know, we're running thermal EM, EM and kinetic. Whereas if you brought like a golem in here, you're going to be able to apply whatever. So for the rooms where you're going to struggle, which is when things are really spread out and when things are explosive on the damage you want to deal, you have a golem that's running like cruise missiles or torps, explosive, kind of back you up. I'm not gonna leave an MTU here. I need to personally like learn all the missions again, because there's some where it's like super worth it to drop the MTUs. Some where it's like not as worth it. If I'm doing any mission where I'm fighting faction rats like Amar or Galente or Caldari, whatever, 100% I'm using the mobile tractor unit. Last mission I had to do to kill like the Amar, it was 44 mil in dog tags. You gotta figure out where your nearest ship is. Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a weird spot in Amar. Wait, was I supposed to do something? Rescue the ship's crew. Motherfucker. I'm supposed to get the people out of that heron in the last room.
Warp drive active.
So I'm gonna do that in the Jackdaw, so I don't lose my freaking mind. And my ult, I'm dropping MTU in this first room with my ult. You're in Sharu. Hey, there he is. Look at that. Do you need a ship? Alright, let me grab this jackdaw so I can complete this mission.
Warp drive active.
I'll be right back.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
You can run the Dodexy. I mean, if you want to, man. I think it'd be awesome. Okay. Let's see what this is all about.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Alright. I don't know what that's all about. Getting so much spam. Yeah, and instead of like just having like a hauling character, just having the other battleship sit there and kind of do some of the lifting. Any missions in Galente space need 0.8 standings not to get shot at. Yeah, I should be able to.
Warp drive active.
Let me see what I got, because ultimately I am on a new tune here. I know I can do Sisters of Eve. So where's Langisi? Is that Mimitar? The nice thing about out here, yeah, that's Metropolis.
Warp drive active.
I guess it's not really relevant since you can't fly in the space without getting hit by the police. You need 0.8 standings to not get shot at. What are your standings with Galente right now? -5 was, yeah. Dang. Yeah, and I guess Sisters of Eve is technically like pro Galente, right? Like, or is it pro Caldari? I don't fucking know. I know there's a level 4 hub in Caldari space out in Osman. It's not as good because it's a 0.7. Yeah, these are the only options for Sisters of Eve would be Langisi, Apanaki, and Osman. I'd be down to check out Langisi. Or, well, I mean, that's the other thing. You could pull the mission.
Warp drive active.
Well, I can't pull any missions with them. Like, that are high level or whatever. I mean, I'm positive with everyone but Amar now. Which, ironically, now that I think about it, I've been tanking my Amar standings in Amar space in Apanaki.
Docking permission requested.
Seems really
Docking request
counterintuitive
accepted.
that you can do that, but... Attack of the drones. Alright, we're gonna get into a habit of looking up the mission really quick. Looks like everything spawns all in the same spot. They have a video. A few level 1 missions will fix it. Oh, you're saying negative standings go up very fast, and if I pulled some low-level Galente missions, or if I pulled some Galente missions and shared the reward, it would give you the standings that you need to fix it? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay. Actually, I think this alt here was one I used to run Fed Navy. I'm looking at Zero Glass over here. So he's got 2.5 standings with Fed Navy and like almost 2 with Galente. So we can pull Fed Navy missions. Federal Intelligence Office is almost to level 3s. There's a lot of Fed Navy agents, so. Yeah, I think they're gonna shoot at you. I got level 2s I can pull for Federal Intelligence Office. 6 jumps out. and a rant. Let me get you in fleet. Yeah, but if it's easy to repair, you know, I'm not against getting my standings up, quite frankly. You can't dock. What standings do you need to dock? But if you want to do it, I'm down to go pull missions and start working on it. I don't know. I guess you're not going to be able to pull any yourself until you're -2, right? And then after you're -2, you'd be able to like pull your own. Yeah, I mean, let me know what you want to do. I'm here, where did I say? A rant right here in fleet. I'm able to pull level 2s from there. Can't be in space while I do it. Okay, we'll head over to a rant. Or if it doesn't even matter. Okay, yeah, and there's a level 1 in the same spot, so. Yeah, I mean, the standings grind,
active.
It goes really fast when you unlock like level 2s and 3s, but I was surprised it took longer than I expected for like a brand new character. But I imagine with all, you probably have all the social skills maxed out. I imagine with all those maxed out, it probably goes pretty quick.
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, no worries.
Approaching Stargate.
I am getting out there myself. Yeah, man. Grinding away.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Where did I put this thing?
Autopilot jumping.
Alrighty. Like 3 jumps in both characters. Go super fast with a little
Warping to
jackdaw.
Stargate. Warp drive.
And what
active.
does this do for you specifically is after we've done this little step with the standings, you're just going to be able to traverse Galente space without the faction police attacking you?
Approaching Stargate.
Sweet. Yeah? Okay.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. Like, yeah, word. That'd be dope. Like, I love PvP. It's definitely
Warping
where I
to
have the most fun
Stargate.
in the game.
Warp drive
But a
active.
lot of the time when you're playing Eve, you're just kind of sitting there at the boys, like mining or gate camping or something like that. And there's something about like PvE and running missions and like incursions and just combat PvE with the boys. That tends to be my preferred sort of like sit down and chill. Tends to be missions.
Approaching Stargate.
I should be able to blitz these low-level missions very, very fast. And I don't mind working on some other standings, because in my mind, like, if you had a bunch of people out in the same space running level 4s, that means they're running burners as a group. You know, hey everyone, get in your 1 mil frigate, go knock out the burner. You know, we do risk-free burners, yada yada yada. If you have that entire area of space with level 4s unlocked, you know, it's like as soon as you get a shit mission, you can just kind of pop to the next station and, you know, never have to hit your standings, or you can just sit there and decline until you get burners all day. But I feel like missions are being slept on. It's probably because Hateless isn't around anymore, because he was the only one who was like publicly pushing modern metas for mission running.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Right. Yeah, that's how Jamie is. Like, I think my faction standings for faction, not corp standings, for Sisters of Eve on Jamie is like 7 or some shit. It's pretty high. Escape terrorist.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, and the thing about the burners too is that we could go in with as many frigates as we want. So you don't even need to take in fancy Nurgles to teach new players how to do burners. Like, burners would be a perfect opportunity to show a new player, because the burner rats are like hardcore PvP 1v1s. You have to counter them. But with multiple people, you know, we can just brute force it with light missiles and be done with it. Well, yeah, I mean, in theory, yes. I've never tried it either. That being said, I have tried just about everything under the sun for soloing them, the burners. And I think if you had like 750 DPS on paper with light missiles, you would basically one-shot both of the Logi frigates, and then you would be able to kill the burner before it kills anybody else. Yeah, I haven't done anything capital, like officially. I did go play with capitals on the test server just to like get a sense of what the gameplay was like, and
warp drive active.
I haven't done DD 10 out of 10s. I'd like to do that. I think the there's another level to the game that's kind of above my head, that high-end wormhole content. I know that there's a lot of different forces at play there, and You know, it's not as simple as saying, yeah, let's go take all of our stuff out into a wormhole and get rich. But the idea of producing capital ships inside of a wormhole that capital ships can't get into, like little things like that just sound neat to me. But wormhole, like ratting in general, sounds really cool. I've done a bit of it. I have done it, but I've never done it like at scale or in a high-end way. Let's see, I think my other character's still traveling over here. Then I'd be able to just pull a couple at once. Make it go a little faster.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Alrighty. Yes, and quest. Need to warp to mission location. Duh. All your mission running ships are 42 jumps from here. Yeah. I mean, I'm in the same boat on Jamie, but
Warp drive active.
I do like this space, man. It is kind of surprising, honestly, how chill it is out here. The LP payout's great compared to Theology Council. Not to mention, and this is kind of the huge one, dude. When I look at these gates, 25 AU, 32 AU, 32 AU. If this was an Amarian system, it would be 75, 85, 55 AU. It literally takes twice as long to travel in Amar. If my ship travels, 2.5 AU a second, that extra 50 AU in the system is adding another 25 seconds of jump to every jump I have to make. So now I have to jump 10 jumps. I'm adding 5 minutes. I say that so I don't make fun of your ship. No, you're good, brother. All my good stuff's out in the Moor too. I guess except for my Stormbringers now. But
Docking permission requested. Docking
Yeah.
request
It's like-
accepted.
So much of the game is planning around this travel time. Yeah, I don't mind doing any sort of I got you on the
Warp drive
scouting and
active.
stuff. Especially if you can give me like a heads up, because I can just go autopilot like some characters out there and have eyes on it ahead of time. I have a lot of stuff in that area too. And ultimately, like, stuff stacks up pretty quick when you're running missions. It's kind of one of my favorite parts about it is like, after I've been running missions out of a hub for a while, you have a collection of pretty much every module in the game, you know, that you could use sub-capital. So if it's like, oh, I need a scram, or I need a disruptor, or I need a power diagnostic, whatever it is, you know, you're just always going to have like a bunch of extra spare stuff on hand. And then there is low-sec that's pretty close to this place that's pretty quiet, you know, for grabbing like besieged covert sites and yada yada yada. Raw ISK is always, to me, just going to be like, I'll just go run Abyss or do incursions if I just need raw ISK, but...
Warp drive active.
So it's like, I like the idea of, if I was going to convince people to come set up shop and live somewhere, like, should be able to just come out here in one ship and start building up. Like, it stacks up pretty quick.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Excuse me. Alrighty. Okay. Let's get back on the ball over here. Let's see. Ship just to run missions, make a little easy. Yeah, man, it's just chilling with the boys. My alt's here now, so I can, well, not quite. My alt's almost here. Have you been getting any standings from what I did so far? Federal Intelligence Office. Okay. I like that we have like Gitch wanting PvP. I know that, you know, from what I can tell, and just what I know about the game, right? You know, I've been playing the game for a long time. For like content creation, for like the community, for engaging with like an audience, or PvP seems like the obvious answer. People can come, get in fleet, go shoot shit, have fun. That sounds great to me. So the more of those little bubbles that I start seeing, I'm gonna get very happy. We had you know, someone who's been watching the progression series, you know, reached out to me on YouTube asking about how to join the corp and applied in game. And I thought it was an interesting contrast to, because I know a lot of time me, you, and Thu would be in kind of recruiter mode at the same time. And anyone who's ever recruited for a guild knows the slog that it is. It's a lot of copy and paste, a lot of screening, and just having lots of different simultaneous conversations, etc. And then a lot of repeating yourself, right? A lot of me explaining my vision to 100 different people. And what I thought was interesting is I've been talking pretty openly about kind of like the vision of the group and the guild, the corp, whatever.
Warp drive active.
So the fact that that's just out there on the internet, someone can hear that, they can resonate with it and say, oh, I'd like to join that. That's really nice, man, from a recruiting perspective. It was a lot of effort just to get one voice in the Discord that 9 times out of 10 was a spy from English recruitment. So it's interesting to me.
Skill training completed.
Oh, that's good. Arc extension level 4. That's more range on the EDENCOM.
Warp drive active.
So if you're watching right now and you're new here, or you didn't see earlier, I took a quick break from the Thunderchilds, just so I could run some missions to help a friend get his standings up, so they can come out here and run with us. Well, it should be share with all of my fleet. I'm about to do it here again in a second.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay, I said yes, split, I believe. You should have gotten 28 LP. Does it show LP gain here? Yeah, I mean, I got the LP. Okay, okay. I think you're right on the standings part. Okay, perfect. I pulled 2 on my alt that are both in the same system. And so is this one. Shooting Caldari again. Yeah, no problem, man.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Supreme Court Law School.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Welcome back, brother man. Oh, look, a caracal.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Please tell me you're in like rapid lights or something. Something that can kill all the small stuff. Okay. As soon as I undock, they yell at me. I'm sorry.
Warp drive active.
Whew. I need one of these. I gotta make my lady happy tonight, boys. Because I plan on going hard on something. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. Eve might develop a full SaaS web application, launch it. Yeah, Zadius, you want to invest in a domain name and cloud hosting? For Content Creator Pro, CC Pro. I gotta think of a better name. Call it Little Buddy. It's your little buddy. $9.99 a month. It's awesome. Domain name is cheap. Yeah, I know, right? Like, you just need a good name. Like, Discord admin bot is a really dumb name, but it was for the purpose of me making something as like a concept of a product. It was really awesome to be able to just like, I got that domain for $1. Yeah, and it's dab. But, dude, my dad hated it. It was so funny. He's like, well, I think if the name wasn't dab, that people might take it more seriously. And I was like, yeah, the gamers, the fucking gamers, yeah, boomers will take it more seriously. Yeah, boomer. Yeah, yeah. My target demographic wasn't LinkedIn, but it was really funny. It's like, I just think the name, you know, something about the name is just.
Warp drive active.
I love it. He is such a boomer too, but it's like, I don't say that as like a derogatory. You know, I am very, very much a millennial.
Docking permission
It is
requested. Docking
pretty
request
painfully clear.
accepted.
So it's not a huge Well, yeah, because it's it gets taken as a derogatory phrase, right? Well, I got another funny one that I thought was like, I thought it was funny. You know, genuinely, I didn't. I wasn't bothered by it, but and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But I remember I showed him like my YouTube,
Warp drive.
and I think I was
active.
asking for like, because I send you know, everyone like pictures of like thumbnails and like screenshots. I send a lot of people like what I want you to see, like the experience, and I'm looking for like, oh, that color doesn't match up with this, or maybe you should make the font smaller, or I can't really read that, or you're making a dumb face, or whatever. He went and like looked through all of it, and he was like, yeah, the description, I'm just a guy that plays games, yada yada. He's like, I don't know how I feel about that. He was like, maybe if you changed it into upskilling gaming with AI. And I'm like, dude, this is not LinkedIn. Like, again, but I didn't respond to him that way. I'm just like, yeah, you know, it's a great point. If that's the demographic that you were trying to reach. So, I joked about taking a golf cart to a certain rally because that person was there near you, and I said I saw him there. All right, this is too much code for me here.
Active.
Donald Trump? Are you talking about Donald Trump? Fupa. Oh my god. What a ship name. I have the sound disabled in my other character, so it's just been sitting here AFK in that mission, not doing shit. Alrighty. These are going quick.
Warp drive.
Ship was
active.
dedicated to Thu. That's who I thought of. I know Thu loved, he loved Fupa. Hold golf cart rally for Kamala Harris. Hundreds of residents of the villages. Retirement community. Nah. Well, one of the challenges about jokes that I've noticed, especially like jokes on the internet, with like if you're talking about someone who's a baby boomer in age, then say
Warp drive active.
you know, maybe they work like a corporate job or a government position, or they have some sort of like exposure and notoriety, like an element of like celebrity, if you will, that is reliant upon a certain image that they carry or reputation they have. A lot of the baby boomers, in my experience, who hold like professional jobs or whatever it might
Warp
be,
drive active.
they're very sensitive to jokes that would imply that person believes in something they don't believe. Like, so I think if you make a joke where you're like teasing, implying some conservative baby boomer is like a liberal lefty, you know, their lizard brain is going to be like, don't call me gay. So it's like,
Docking permission
it's just
requested.
not going to yield a,
Docking request accepted.
the response. I mean, maybe it does yield a response to the joke that you want the joke to. But it makes it to where it's like they're easily trollable, but they know it and they want to stand by like not being, I don't know, there's like this certain level of edginess I've noticed from the generations after the baby boomers, where they seem a little bit less sensitive to words and jokes. Or maybe the way that people joke around has evolved and gotten inappropriate by their standards. But yeah, if you wanna start a problem, go call some macho baby boomer man that he's a sissy, and you know, it's just I think it's part of the reason. Yeah, it did fall flat on him. Exactly, like takes it 100% serious instead of treating it like a joke.
Warp drive
Even
active.
if they know that it is a joke, it's like on principle they want to respond to it with seriousness, almost like a signal of like, I am not going to put up with that. And you'll see some like anger come out. It's wild. Meanwhile, it's like jokes galore everywhere else.
Warp drive active.
And the biggest problem I have with like that lack of humor and everything, and that taking things so serious, is all my life I have lived with baby boomers telling me like how hard they busted their ass to like get to where they are, and like how easy like my generation has it. So
Warp drive active.
I guess I just had a thought, like I think their generation considers trash talk like serious shots getting fired, whereas like trash talk is just more ubiquitous. He told me the joke that fell flat with your girl. Made another joke about it and he refused, so I don't know about it. Well,
Warp drive active.
I think we're just, you know, it's different generations, man. Like, we got, you know, there's some key differences. I've learned to get along with people like that, and it's like, you know, my immediate impulse will always, it used to always just want to be like, hey, you're wrong and here's why. Anytime people said or did things I didn't agree with.
Warp drive active.
Now I've shifted into a bit of like, I hear what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about, because the only thing I can think of is something he would have said to her like 2 days ago. Oh, yeah, no, he is, he's probably just embellishing that a little bit, because I just told him, like, hey, can we not go there, but not once have I seen her get upset about anything that he said. No, my girl's gonna be a little bit more like, you know, she'll disapprove if it's like me and my buddies spouting some rhetoric without being educated on it or whatever. But even with our like opposing views,
Warp drive active.
when we really disagree, I like that, like, our style is to like pull open the internet and just start looking at facts, and then both walking away from it with like a, okay, well, that's what it is, whoever ends up being right. No, there's been jokes I've made that she's not, but I'm her man. Never once have I seen her get upset about anything that anyone else has said, though. Right. Well, and it does, like, and that's one of the things that I think is important for, a lot of these people who are very happy with the way that politics turned out in the United States. Like, I know there are a lot of them. A lot of the friends that I have are, very right-leaning. A lot of the friends I have are very left-leaning. I'm very much in the middle. But I think that the people who feel like they are in their victory lap right now, it would serve them a lot better to kind of grow their base and grow their side if they weren't like rubbing fucking dirt in the wound. And I expected a little bit of that. Like, genuinely, there were some things that I was even excited to see get shut down as hard as they did. Like men and women's sports, as an example. Like, I was really happy to see that get a crackdown swiftly. But you can't just like go around, like you say, unempathetic about the fact that a lot of this shit affects real people, and that people are in like a state of like chaos and kind of freaking out and don't know what to do. And you need to, like, this is a time for unity, not division. So, oh yeah, like my life situation is certainly affected by politics, big time.
Warp drive active.
Right. And he's certainly not thinking about all of the all of those elements like 100% whenever he's making jokes like that. But it's no one's, I think it's just expected. I'm trying to win Vulcan Ash. I've already taken this gate.
Warp drive
I'm
active.
winning for Zadius right now. I'm trying to get him some standings up. But yeah, I think. Oh, what the fuck! It just sent me on the go around again. I have to read. I tend to agree, compassion, but I think a mixture of like not just compassion, but understanding. Destroy the prototype macro shield generator. Okay. Because I think a lot of the situation that we're in and a lot of the like strife that people have with one another, I think a lot of that could be, you know, we would find a lot of unity and a lot of common ground in spending some time on understanding all of this together. And I think that's one thing that I really like about this recent election and the whole political climate is it does feel like, as a whole, people are more knowledgeable and understanding of the way that politics and our government functions and operates. And I think that, you know, especially here in the United States, like the American people have a much better understanding of the way everything works as a result of like having to be part of such a turbulent election and all these people theory crafting, you know, who's going to win and how, and
warp drive
you know,
active.
dissecting the different layers of bureaucracy and, well, for this to pass, it's going to have to go through this, and then it's going to, and I think just that whole exercise taught the public a lot about the way everything works. And because now it's going to start to open up some people's eyes to ways they can, you know, kind of make change or impact the ecosystem. Threw all of them in a bag and you get the right one every time.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty is if you took 100 people at random from all different walks of life, different political spectrums, and you put them all in one room, and they just didn't feel like talking politics, it would go great. I just had someone ring my door, so give me a sec. But I think everyone would find they have a lot in common. No, I'm gonna have a good one, man. Oy vey. This fucking dude definitely like got a little peek in here too. Some dude on a moped driving around offering tree services to people. Oh, we're in the country. I'm completing 2 missions on my alts. Check 1 or more mission objectives not been completed. God dang it.
Warp drive active.
I moved, bro. I moved. I got a big old, like, normal house now. Just not, you know, living in a shithole anymore. Gotta plug this in. Oh, shit. Yep, I moved. Shit, about to have a new job. We got a bun in the oven. Yeah, things are kicking right along over here. God damn it, this thing is such a pain in my ass.
Warp drive
It's
active.
just gonna fall out. Yo, that is. Oh yeah, no, we're doing a lot over here right now. I miss I miss the property, but this is a much nicer
Docking permission
dwelling
requested.
all day
Docking
long.
request accepted.
Hack the relay. Okay. Did you move far? No. I'm like probably only about 15 minutes from where I would have
Warp
been.
drive active.
Still pretty close. What are your standings at now? Gonna try and kill a rat. Same. Oh, if you warp to me, these are Caldari rats. Killing Caldari rats is plus Galente, right? Right? Let's see. Yeah. So what you need your standings high enough to where you can pick up level 1s, because after you do the 16 missions and you get that career mission that gives that big chunk of standings, if it splits those standings from the career mission, then I just need to get to that like career mission. Should get one pretty soon too. Well, this mission I'm killing Caldari. That's why I was saying if you warp to me and kill one of these things, it would be a Caldari kill plus Galente standing. But I already killed everything. Like right when you got here, my bad.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay.
Warp drive
This next
active.
one, I'm doing level 1s on It's Cool, and then on Zero Glass, I'm doing level 2s and level... Actually, I'm just doing level 2s. I'm not doing level 1s. You only have 5 to 10 seconds before the police show up. I wonder if the police would fight the NPC rats, but I highly doubt it. I imagine that would get abused.
Warp drive active.
I'm still in this like stupid rocket jackdaw.
Warp drive active.
That's another one.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
They show up fast. Yeah, I believe it. Alright, that's another one. Okay. Yeah, of course not.
Warp drive active.
Also, what's up to the YouTube people? If you're coming in, title says Thunderchild testing. I'm about to be getting back into Thunderchild. I'm just helping a buddy get his standings up for this space real quick. Kind of working on trying to get a little home base set up for onboarding new players into the game. A little bit of recruiting.
Warp drive active.
You're so funny. I might try to set up Evo preview for tomorrow. Am I missing something here? Take them out. I'm counting on you. Destroy them all, make sure no one survives. Okay, didn't I do that? Does this just not update? I just don't want to have to come back. I want to say it's... Oh, nope. They spawned. There we go.
Warp drive active.
Vulcan Ash, you were a wild human being. I think I forked up on this
Docking permission requested.
forum post.
Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
My alt is just doing level 2s in the Thunderchild, and it feels so wrong. it feels wrong because it feels overkill. Being in like a 3 bill ship running level 2s. But it's clearing them faster than a jackdaw does ones. I just need to play with the fitting a bit and get it. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but I'd like to see if I can get it to where it's close to cap stable with the micro warp drive running. Because really, that's what's going to make you book through these missions, is being able to get gate to gate quicker. And the loot is worth so much now. Like, I can only imagine, like, it would be more ISP per hour to follow someone around who's running missions quickly than mining ever would, I think, with like one character, new player, run around looting and salvaging. Shit, they'd be getting 3 mil every other wreck they loot and loving it. Oh, the forum post? Because I don't know if I post it as like a post or a topic. I didn't read the rules all the way. Been going hard on the like just trying to think of different avenues to post things. Active. But I don't wanna break anyone's rules or be like too inappropriate with self-promoting. You know, I think quality and consistency are key, but a lot of it's just your kind of like your marketing strategy. It's like how are you gonna, you know, are you setting up your lemonade stand on the corner sidewalk on a hot day, or are you like down some back alley where no one's gonna find you? Discoverability is huge. Yeah, Vulcan Ash, are you ready to make Eve history? The 100-man Thunderchild fleet. $500,000 AoE DPS. That would just be, it would literally be 500,000 DPS if you were hitting 10 targets with 0% resistances.
Warp drive active.
Alright, that's another mission done on the alt.
Docking permission requested.
You gotta let me know when you get your ticks,
Docking
Zadius,
request
what your standings are at. You did have them change? Okay. I haven't hit a storyline mission or anything yet, so equally. Okay. Am I still not able to do level 2s on this guy? Like, oh, it's at 0.98. How annoying is that? Gone Berserk, level 1. Look at this guy, he's at 3.12. This guy can pull 3s for these people now. Okay. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Well, this will speed up in a second because I'm about to put this, the Thunderchild right now is cleaning up a level 2 real quick. And then it's 3 jumps out for him to go start running 3s. After this one on my main,
Warp drive active.
I should be pulling 2s from him. So as long as getting the standings up itself doesn't take too long, then I know that it'll go a lot faster when I pull 3s. Yeah, the standing gain is really slow from 1s and 2s, but as soon as we hit 3s, like after I turn this level 2 in and pull some 3s, it'll go really fast. Oh, I could do the same thing for Volk. It's crazy how fast you can boost a character's standings with a get a Stormbringer and pull 2s and 3s. Find like a station that has multiple agents in it, and as soon as you start hitting the storyline missions on them, it's just nutty. You fix a lot of Omar standings. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, shit, that's one of the reasons I'm so quick to offer for you, because I I know from
module
back in
has
the
run
day
out
when
of
with
charges.
running with you and Thu and even Rebel, a lot back then. You guys were always helping people grind their standings up. Okay, so I'm actually done with this one.
Warp drive active.
It's stocking up. I can't wait to have Jamie back, dude. It's ridiculous. Now I have 3 Gamma 5 pilots too.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So maybe triple boxing Gilas will be in the near future. All right, let me pull 2s now. What? 1.0. Oh, it needs to be like a hair over. Okay, I'm completing one of my alt. Okay, now it shows I can pull 2s. You said you did a refresh. How did you do that? Undock and dock. Okay. Yeah, because I think my main can pull 2s now. I just need to refresh.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yep. Sweet. You do not have the required standing. You know what? It's probably because there's like a delay in the actual standings updating like you were talking about. It is done. So you're good now? You're not aggressing automatically? If you don't mind, like, what is your actual, like, what were your standings before when we started, and what are they now? Just to give me a sense of, like, how long it took us to repair. That way, like, when I want to convince, like, Joe,
Warp drive active.
you know, to come to some space that he has bad standings in, I can say, well, it only took an hour. If you have any sort of rough numbers, brother, because you had to be at past -5, right? You were negative 5.07. I can't see timestamps right now. Oh, and you just had to be above -5 faction standings? Is that what it
Warp
is?
drive active.
And you're now, yep, okay. So as long as you're above -5 and above -2 with the actual contact, the agent, are you able to now pull missions? Like level 1s to grind your own standings up? Or I guess all you really needed was to be able to be in the space so that you could come do the SOE missions. I'm just trying to better understand mechanically so that I can, because I've always looked at standings like they were a big deal. You just couldn't do them because of the faction police. Okay. But the Galente standings themselves don't prevent you from pulling the mission. They're just preventing you from operating in the space because the faction police will kill you. Okay. So anyone who comes to me and says, well, I can't go to Amar, I can say, well, hop in fleet real quick and I can repair your standings in 45 minutes and you'll be able to go in, and they'll probably be like, fuck yeah, that'd be awesome. Okay, sweet. Dude, I'm actually glad that I did that.
Warp drive
like,
active.
Obviously, like, I'm happy to help, but that was surprisingly very easy. I thought it was going to take longer than that. Oh, 100%. So I shouldn't go to start pulling threes for this corp then? Just make it back to Amamaki for fours?
Docking permission requested.
Sweet, 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 sweet.
Docking request accepted.
That's actually really cool that it's that easy because it makes me feel less concerned about letting them dip. Apanaki.
Autopilot engaged.
Right, because they won't pod you, but they'll blow your ship up.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay. Fuck yeah, dude.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I'm still sitting in Discord. Man, I just had a super brain fart. All right, everybody. I need like 2
Autopilot
minutes.
jumping.
We are going to Apanaki. Oh, shit. I'll throw it in fleet. I'm just gonna autopilot over and grab a quick smoke.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
One more minute.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
All right.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Nice and recharged. A little bit. Ooh, that's what I like to see. No new emails.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Almost back where I'm supposed to be. Sitting in a Stormbringer. Thunderchild.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Okay. I think this mission here, Attack of the Drones, when I looked it up earlier, it looks like it's like just pure heaven for the EDENCOM ship. Bro, nobody's selling Tech 1 tractor beams? Come on. $210,000 skill points for a tractor beam? Nah. I did just realize I have 750,000 skill points though. Alright, 100% gonna run the micro warp drive. What do these capacitor power relays do again? I forget. At the expense of shield boosting. So I don't shield boost. Dropping one of these doesn't really drop the DPS too much. But it gives me a whole lot of cap. Like actually a lot. But these are just junky, compact ones. It feels... almost feels wrong putting one on. The factual one gives us really not much more. So as much as wrong as this feels, I'm going to take off a Tech 2 damage mod since I'm only losing 20 DPS. And we're going to throw a meta module capacitor relay on here. Now, realistically, we're never going to run the salvager. 7 minutes of cap running the micro warp drive. If we just pulse it, we're at 25 gigajoules a second on the recharge. This should be a lot better, in theory. And then my alt is over here, autopilotings. 3 jumps out. It's gonna keep that on autopilot. We'll go check out this mission.
Warp drive active.
You sent me some iskies for the help. Oh, you didn't have to do that. To 0 glass. Player donation. I'm trying to look at where it shows up in the transactions and 300 mil. Damn, son. Help fix my standing. Thank you, Zadius. I appreciate it. Well, at this point, I'm done kind of burning a hole in my pocket with my ISK. I've got
Warp drive
both
active.
of my alts training towards Gila Mastery and Thunderchild and Stormbringer Mastery. I can't think of what I would want on my alts more than EDENCOM. You know I like to clean up the green sites, so just send them out in like different directions in the same region and start popping combat sites, dude. get some more people out in that space, I'm telling you, it's gonna be awesome. But I'm gonna start. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the ISK yet, but I want to put aside like a nest egg. Like my goal would be like 10 billion liquid put aside for whatever it might be, stations or ships, or doesn't matter. For me, what I'm looking to get out of the game is like people to play with, fun, emergent gameplay. I like, building up a community. It's the perfect game for me to work on like the software development stuff. Oh, they're all spread out. This is a terrible EDENCOM mission. But there's not a lot of rats. So if I can so many people are already donating ISK for streaming and whatnot. If I can channel some of that back into a corp, one of the things I noticed whenever we were in Common Denominator is a lot of the time these structures that would go up, the structures generally went up out of a sense of someone's ambition or someone's goals or someone's vision. And then, the real way it should happen is that out of need, out of necessity, oh, we need reactions or we need this. And I did see some of that with some of the groups within that alliance, but it always boggled my mind seeing people who would spend they would spend all this time setting up 10, 15 stations or whatever it might be without having the means to defend it at all. And it's just this pure, they have this capitalistic vision of this gigantic infrastructure, and you need people to back that shit up. And if you start putting a bunch of that stuff in place with your own little vision and it's not fun for people, how do you hold on to it? So I think that we could start a group with me, you, Thu, Joe, and Joe's already dropping fucking stations in Hundo McFundo space, and we were talking about starting a group, and it's I think it's good to drop one just to drop one so you know how the systems work. But I also think that we can do most of the things we want to do in the game without having to own any structures. So just kind of having some money put aside. I saw one person feed in organically just straight up off of a video, so I'm pretty confident that just kind of creating guide-based content and sticking to my sort of niche of being an educator. I think that it will, slowly grow people into the corp. So I think just kind of being a bit malleable for now, since I don't have any clear goals, and open and transparent, so that if we do get something rolling, it's pretty clear what the direction is. Right now my vision is finding a place to set up and call home that is in high sec and right next door to low sec. Start building the group you would a feeder corporation or something, recruiting new players and then giving them what they want. They want moons, sure, I'll drop a moon structure, that's fine. They want abyss, we'll run an abyssal fleet, cool. You want PvP, we'll go run low sec roaming. I enjoy all of it. I might not sit in the mining belt with you, but I'll buy you the station. And then after you have enough core people, I want to say 10 to 15 fucking operators. At that point, it's then I think it makes sense to start kind of piecemeal expanding out into low sec with because a lot of the guys that are at our particular, or you're at a level above me, Zadius, but I'm speaking to everyone when I say this. A lot of the people at my like level of gameplay want to go play with their toys. They want to go invest in capital ships. You know, they want to go do these things, but they don't necessarily want to go join a null block and be part of a blue donut and, you know, have to authorize on C and, you know, do all this. And I'm not talking down on any of that, but these are like legacy organizational structures that, you know, have grown and refined themselves over the course of 20 years. And a lot of people don't want to just go slot themselves in as a cog in that machine. I think it's good experience, but it'd be like working for a giant corporation or starting your own small business, right? So you have to have like a clear vision in your head of like, well, how are we gonna get to play with our toys? And it's like, well, I think that first stage is just like hitting critical mass. You know, anytime you start building a group, it starts slow and then it starts picking up some speed. You start getting spies let in. But I think importantly, in the beginning, what you do is you don't try to make an alliance. You try to make a strong corporation, like a tight family of, like I said, operators, people that are going to be able to, you know, work together cohesively because they put the reps in together. You know, they've, and not saying I like MPSI, I like F1 content, that stuff's fun to me, but I really, you know, I think that you don't need a lot of people in EVE to be highly impactful. But with a lot of people, you know, of course, friendship is the best ship. But I wanna get to a point where we're running like, you know, it's like PvP is the focus. But I think the pathway to that is building this high-sec corporation. After making this new character and getting a sense of like realistically what you can recommend to a new player, yada 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 yada, you know, not only have I watched it happen before with Common Denominator, but the game makes it so easy now to earn skill points through the daily rewards and whatnot, that you could give somebody a doctrine fit for them to aim towards, and they would be able to get into it so quickly nowadays. It doesn't become this like, oh, okay, see you in 30 days kind of thing. Hey Mira, I realize I've just been on a long fucking rant. You'd love to do some T5, T6 Frigate Abyss, can't be bothered triple box them, you're too old for that. 100% understand you, right? I had the same exact feeling, by the way, for triple boxing frigates. I tried it on the test server back in the day just to get a sense of what's involved. The double Retribution Deacon setup is pretty powerful. But I will say this, in terms of running T6s with friends. I ran T6s with two competent pilots, right, who know how to play the game. We are blinged out. We are rocking and rolling. Things, you know, things were working. We successfully did T6s in that setup together. But, and this comes right after the rant I just went on, so it's so perfect. But we had only flown Frigate Abyss together a couple of times. So we weren't like a cohesive unit. We're not a cohesive squad. You know, imagine going out into the field of battle with like two dudes that you just met and you're their squad leader. And you don't know Bob's nuances. He's always smoking a cigarette, right? And enemy sees the cigarette and you all die, whatever. Like, point I'm making is you don't have that unit cohesion yet. So the thing I think that you do is you go run
Docking permission requested.
go run
Docking
some ones,
request
go run some
accepted.
twos, go run some threes. It'll be kind of easy there if you're running a proper fit and it's 3 competent pilots and you all have the skills. But then like inch your way up to 6s, but get in those reps with one another as a unit. Because until you have that kind of subconscious ability to coordinate with one another, like when I fly with Vulcan Ash, it's not even something we've done a huge amount, but when we were going and doing duo Tholoses, I kind of knew how he flew because of us doing a lot of we've done a lot of the proving grounds. When they did the duo proving grounds, we went hard on that and it was really fun. But then I've also just watched him fly the Abyss and he's watched me fly the Abyss a lot. So I know that we kind of know how each other play the game. So I really, that would be my word of caution about running frigate trios of people, because I'd love to do that too. And I think that that's what attracts me so much to having level 4 missions nearby, like in a home system, is that when you run out of content, whether that's PvP or exploration or mining, you always have Abyss and you always have missions. And some people, I'm sure you know, are really, they're hesitant to even go in the Abyss at all. So having the mission option available is nice. But I know realistically when I start running frigate trios with people that we're gonna have to start low. Everyone's gonna wanna go high, but it's a little difficult to jump right in.
Warp drive active.
Who just tried to whisper my alt? A 3-letter character. It's pretty cool. Wish you had your paladin. Dude, I know. Yeah, and okay. And see, Zadius, what you just said, when we did them, they were great. That's another thing too, is like be careful running high tier Frigate Abyss with your buddies. Because it's like playing League of Legends with your friends, or like Counter-Strike or an esport, where sometimes it can be hard to say like, hey man, you're not good enough for T6s, right? Like you don't want to say that to someone that's your friend, but it is the real reality is that it takes a lot of practice. Well, I know that you're not, and I might not be the best person at dealing with criticism, but I certainly invite it.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, Mira, I'd say realistically, it'll probably take 2 weeks to a month before I would expect to start seeing enough people in the general kind of community that I'm trying to build here to do triple frigate abyss. But if you want to join Discord and just kind of keep your eye out as we kind of grow up here, I know that will be, you know, abyss and missions are kind of my go-to for when it comes to hanging out with the new players and chit-chat with them and teach them how to play the game. That being said, I know the Abyssal Lurkers Discord has a looking for group channel. I haven't flown with anyone from there yet. I haven't tried that out, but oh, this is going to be satisfying. Yeah. Big damage. Oh, that's so satisfying. This other Thunderchild's so far away. I'm just gonna send you back to Abenaki so you can come with us on the next one. Once you start getting into the armor, though, it's a little more annoying. And they're gonna start splitting up here. Are these guys like super tanky? Oh, they're a bit. Yeah. Actually, I'm just gonna bring the other ship out. It just doesn't have a fucking prop mod, so. These Hornets are tanking though, holy shit. No, you can see how much having your single target DPS helps out in here. You know, of course when they're all bunched up, I'm slapping, right? But right now, single target, I'm doing 377 because I ripped out the third damage module, which put it at about 400 without overheat. The issue is that the ammo I'm using is like primarily EM damage, and the primarily kinetic damage ammo, I just don't have any of it on me right now. 100% Torque Golem is better than one Thunderchild. The thing is, I have a Torque Golem on my main, which I will be able to access again in 7 days. But I've always had the dream of an EDENCOM fleet. So this one's a little more just because. I don't know what's in that cargo container or if we need it or not, but yeah, even, oh, gate key. Yeah, definitely need that. And even when I was running level 3s to unlock level 4s, I looted a couple of them out of curiosity because I figured, you know, some of these drops are just, we're definitely sleeping on them. I think I was, you know, last time I did missions, it was not worth this much, like in terms of the loot. And I'm guessing that has to do with scarcity and mineral prices and all that jazz, but module prices are up. Dog tags are up. I think blitzing for LP. You know, burners always make sense, right? But there are some of these missions where there are quite a lot of grouped up mobs, and Thunderchild just shines. But it's also something something to do in them while I learn the ship more intimately. Get these characters 5 out of 5 on their skills, and you know, ready for nullsec ratting. They're not going to stay groups like that for long. Yeah, slow boating on my alt is like, he's still 13 kilometers from the gate. Slow boating is just not an option. It's got to be micro warp drive, at least for running missions. I haven't had any capacitor issues after making that fitting change. Alright, so when you're hitting 3, I'm doing 1200 DPS. Really, I've got to be hitting basically 10 for it to be outclassing a Marauder in terms of, you know, output damage on the field. The difference is no siege. And there is, oh, you can't go through the gate unless someone else has the key. Okay, so my ult's just sitting there. Oh, fun jams. There is something to be said about the inherent delay with the game, though. Like, the game operates on like a 1 millisecond or like a 1 second tick rate or something like that. So what you'll notice when you're killing things very fast, and like a golem or a paladin, for example, you have a lot of moments where you're having to reactivate your guns. And you know, anyone who's played a lot will know, like, I'll activate my gun, I'll deactivate it, but then after it's completed this cycle, there's like a little bit of a delay. That delay is the server ticking. Sometimes it's short, sometimes it feels like a full second, right? It's because it depends on which side of the tick you hit it. And so like basically like every time you have to reactivate your guns, like in a lot of scenarios you're adding like this like perceived second of delay. So whenever you have like a Stormbringer at one of the green sites, because everything's frigates and because they all spawn in one spot and it's predictable, and you can target a stationary object and keep cycling your guns on it, it's basically like every possible chance that a cycle could go off, it goes off, and what ends up happening is it's like guns go off, wave dies, new wave spawns, gun goes off, wave dies, new wave spawns, and it's so rapid that you complete the site in like 30 seconds. And someone will tell you like, oh, auto-targeting Orthrus is just as good, or whatever. But it's not as soon as you go run like a den or a scout outpost or something like that. So in this scenario, yes, this is very bad because we're single targeting shit. But on a haven, like a nullsec, with 3 of these guys, because everything's spawning in like one big clump, you're getting all of that DPS potential. It actually makes it go fast. On these missions, the missions are going to be, there's going to be a couple rare missions that are going to be great for this thing, and most of them are just going to be trash for the Stormbringer. Level 4 Marshal? Yeah, I need to get a Marshal. Setting up the auto repeat eliminates that bit. It does not have to give it 1 second for the server to check that the guns are red. See, I never knew that specifically. I had experienced that before when I turned auto repeat off, and I didn't like know what was going on, and it'll even be one of the reasons why I will decycle my gun, like in that scenario right there. I will decycle my gun so that it is immediately available, because if you don't, then you wait for that delay. So I appreciate you telling me that, because it's something that I had experienced, but I never knew why it was happening. When you're fighting in high tie-dye, okay. Because that tick delay is just going to absolutely butt-fuck you when tie-dye's happening. So, I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, I mean, there's so much depth to the game. I appreciate that I can go on a rant about tick rate and learn even more about it. A lot of things I do in this game, I've done from feel. And I think that's why I focus so much on trying to teach new players and tell new players to focus on learning. Because doing things by feel is great.
Warp drive active.
It gives you a very intimate and subconscious ability to operate within, whatever you're doing by feel. But where it hurts you is you don't have the ability to explain why you know what you know, and you don't even know what you know. You know what you feel. You don't have the explanation for it. And I've played the game like that a lot, where just brute force my way through theory crafting things, just kind of bang my head up against the wall, do everything that's a bad idea, even knowing it's a bad idea, just so I want to feel it though. I want to experience it. I mean, I operated under the premise that 1.2 second align time was safe in low sec for years. And someone caught me a couple weeks back, and I messaged him, like, not upset, but more like, hey man, can you talk me through this a little bit so I understand? It wasn't a big loss. It was like 300 mil. I was just shipping some stuff through Amamaki. But I guess the point is that if I had known, you know, what that guy had to say to me, it's a mistake that could have been avoided entirely. If a dollar saved is a dollar earned, that knowledge would have saved me 300 mil then, and, you know, many times in the future. So knowledge is the most important asset in this game. Yeah, 0.97 align Hecate. Yep, that's what I was told. Under 1 second. Which makes sense when we talk about the server tick rate, right? Makes perfect sense. But for so long I operated thinking 1.2 is entirely safe. And don't get me wrong, 1.2 is pretty fucking safe. What's up, Robert? It's going great. Just chilling, testing out some, not Stormbringer, Thunderchild stuff. Hanging out with Zat. He's watching. He's running some missions with me. Just ranting about Eve plans and grinding away, as one does. Right. Yep. Yeah, I have seen. I don't want to say it was like maximum tank for a Hecate, but I mean I was just everything under the sun. Defense mode, blingy tank modules, there's full buffer, Nirvana clone, all of it. And I want to say it was Abazon, not Abazon. No, it most likely was Abazon, but one of the pipe systems that I was warping through, and I don't know, it must have been 20 Praxises and Macarials together smart bombing me. They got me into hole, and this was like, you know, shield buffer, armor buffer, you know, just everything buffer. So that was a moment where I was really like, okay, there's really not a limit to the lengths people will go to catch you, you know. And I wouldn't call it a cat and mouse game, but it's a game with a lot of diminishing returns, right? Like the theory crafting of my fit versus the theory crafting of your counter to it. Well, yeah, and it's crazy the videos and like kind of text explanations I've seen out there of the way that people set up their smart bombing bookmarks and the way that the game system and your warp speed combined with the tick rate creates predictable paths where your character is going to be on grid, so they know, like, okay, this guy just flashed, he just jumped, if I turn on my smart bombs at this time, he's gonna fly through it in warp as it activates. I mean, that's kudos to them. You figure all that shit out, you deserve to kill me, in my opinion. The problem, or I don't know if you call it a problem, but now everyone knows how to do that. And there's one pioneer out there who just fucking figured it out. Yeah, Yeah, exactly. By the time it hits you, you know, you have already warped another 2 AU or so before the game even registers the damage. But it happened. Or registers the death event. But I mean, even here, this isn't the fastest that you could kill 4 battleships, but it is less skill point intensive than a Marauder, and it's really satisfying seeing 1300, 1300, 1300. If this is blast shot, it'd be like 2K, 2K, 2K. And then whenever we get a mission with actual EM weak rats and I can run Electro Punch with both of them, it'll actually be disgusting. It'll be good.
Our module has run out of charges.
Also, what's up to the new people in the YouTube chat that are lurking around? Mira and Robert, I don't know if you're aware, but I did set up a little 500 PLEX giveaway. I'm gonna do, I want to do more next month, and I've got some people who are talking about contributing to the pool, so it may be more than that, but don't quote me on that last piece just yet. But we got 26 days, so likelihood is that it would go up.
Warp drive active.
Right on. I'm sure, I know a lot of the people that like hang out in this chat aren't new. There's a couple of them there's a couple of people that are. Most of the new, like actual new people are gonna come from just watching the videos. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna just be a little careful, Zat. I don't think I'm gonna have to, but I might have to warp away from this mission. Next time I'm gonna like warp fleet with my other characters so that I'm not doing this again. Nah, one group at a time. Okay. Actually, they're gonna die so fast. I'm just being like a pansy weenie hut junior. So I can let you kill the cruisers, and I mean, I'll keep throwing damage on it while I burn into range, but someone trying to call me. No. Even okay. Yeah, the cap is doing so much better after that change. And still able to, you know, burn towards things quickly with a micro warp drive. So I think I'm getting closer to how I want it fit. I mean, it just looks so good. Fuck yeah. Sorry if I'm hitting your drones. I'm not. Okay. I guess it might be that you only hit your own drones. Be cautious of gankers, DCI closed and local not open. They would be on you before you could react, especially streaming, plus in a 0.5 system. Hey, Robert. I appreciate it, and you know, I've come to just sort of accept that will eventually happen, right? I will eventually get ganked live streaming or whatever. One thing that's interesting about the Thunderchild and the EDENCOM ships in general is, I don't know if you've flown with them, but this AoE chain lightning has a really high alpha strike. You would be surprised, but it cleans up gankers pretty good. My biggest challenge right now with gankers would be my locking speed, not having like SIBOs or anything. I would say what's like even additionally more concerning than that would be getting suspect baited in EDENCOM ship is a real concern. So when you fire an EDENCOM ship with green safety, you will not go suspect and you will not go criminal, right? They fixed that in high sec. But if there is a suspect who flies up near one of these battleships and I throw this chain lightning on, it will arc to the suspect and trigger a limited engagement timer between me and that pilot. And then if he's in something like a Nurgle or an assault frigate that I can't track, I'm fucked. So you do have to be careful. So I'm glad you brought up the ganking. Like, you do have to be careful flying EDENCOM in high sec, because ultimately suspect baiters can get under your guns, and they can, even worse, I can go suspect in another system, come into your system while you're ratting in EDENCOM, Covops cloak up, fly to where you're at, come up to one of these rats that you're shooting at, decloak, and then your gun will bounce onto me and trigger limited engagement. Yep, answered your question. Yeah. Oh no, it's disgusting. Because you can go get in like a Covops Loki, suspect up, and you find some guy who's running green sights and a Stormbringer, and then you just decloak on the rats he's fighting, trigger engagement, and then he's not, like, his DPS is very predictably going to be about 300 EM kinetic, so it's super easy to tank against. It's really like, I have to like mention that to people, especially anyone that would be new, or someone that I'm trying to like recruit into our group, because I've seen it happen before with someone like watching me fly around in a Stormbringer running DED sites, and then they go do the same thing, and then 2 days later they're like, hey, I got suspect, or they'll be like, I got ganked. I'm like, no, you got baited. And then one guy told me about someone decloaking on him, And I was like, oh shit. So that's not even like getting baited. You just got surprise suspect engaged. So if you want to be paying attention to something, definitely if there is like a suspect in the high-sec system that you're in while you're running green sites or ratting with EDENCOM, I would be on alert, because that's all it takes. Mana core with afterburner and tracking disruptor, you can't track. Well, the tracking disruptor is not going to do anything for my gun. The Vorton weapon system is not based on tracking. It actually functions very similarly to missiles. So it doesn't have a flight time. It's instantly applied, but whenever it hits something, it has an explosion radius. So that explosion radius drawn against your signature radius is where our application comes from in the Thunderchild. And I don't think that a missile guidance disruptor is going to affect it either. I think your best defense against it is speed and resistances. Oh yeah, this is satisfying right here. It's a 1339 across 6 targets, or 5 targets in one hit. 2800 on one of them just there. Getting into the weak resistances. I mean, and you can see like they're all actively repping, so like that's a bit of the issue with this like kind of spread AoE damage. And then they're gonna start spreading out here. So if they spread out too much, like I only hit 3 targets there. One of them's too far away now. If you give them time to spread out too much, it like really like hampers it a lot. So if you have more than one of these guys, like if I had in this moment, if my other Thunderchild was in here, these all would have already been dead because they wouldn't have had enough time to spread, and we would have suppressed their like active tank enough to not let them have regenerated that much EHP. And Zadius, you've been pretty healthy this whole time. Yeah, so it's like really slows down when it's just like pure single target like this. But that being said, with everything about the Thunderchild and the tracking, and frigates are too small. So Thunderchild's just not applying shit to a frigate, period. Your best defense, and you know how my Thunderchilds fit on my main, is to run a newt, big ass newt. And that way, if some little frigate tries to come play games, you can just dunk on them real quick. But most of the guys who are like suspect baiting mission runners and shit like that, they're ship scanning their victims and making sure they don't have a newt. Yes, split equally. Because we are a community. Okay. I have an MTU and SIGA. I will definitely remember that.
Warp drive active.
Mission's been done a while, we just killing for funsies. Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm learning this ship. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be streaming. I see what my lady friend wants to do tonight. She mentioned going out. If she does that, then I'll certainly stay on here much longer. But I'm having fun right now running missions, and I do want to like start putting some more recruiting feelers out there. So I think finding a place to just
Warp drive
start,
active.
you know, accruing a pile of stuff and getting some LP, and I'm kind of like fine-tuning this fit. I don't have the other client being shown right now, but I was trying to run some missions on this other Thunderchild with the micro jump drive and no micro warp drive, and it's just terrible. Really bad. So I'm having fun tweaking this and fine-tuning it. It felt much better running with 2 more batteries in the relay, even though we're letting go of a lot of our tank doing it. Chill mission. Stream is chill. We're chill people. It is because of your huge DPS. Your caracal is carrying us to victory.
Warp drive active.
It would have gone so much faster if I had both of them with me, but I see it like get the paladin or the golem out, you know, they're cleaning up shop, but then every now and then you toss a couple cycles from the Thunderchilds out, cleans up all the big annoying clumps of cruisers and battle cruisers and all that nonsense, and let your paladin just full blast on battleships the whole time.
Warp drive active.
Hell yeah. $10 mil ticks. Well, that's 20 mil divided across 2 people, right?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
That's so that what got me down the whole rabbit hole of looking at missions again is when I came back to the game, I came back because I had finished training into the Paladin, and I wanted to benchmark it and go run some level 4s, and I got like a 44 mil tick in high sec, and I thought, okay, That's ridiculous. Like, what happens if that's in low sec with a 200% bounty modifier? Jaguar. Burner. Pass that one. You don't want to try to fit up 3 cheap missile fits? We can do that later. I'll have to get some, like, stuff out here. Stop the thief. This is one with a lot of rats in it, right? Let's take a look. It's frigates. Does not seem like a whole lot of rats. It is a good one, he says. Okay. I believe you. We're going to Shrew. Oh, is this one where you just have to, like, grab an item or something? I didn't even read it.
Warp drive active.
Blitz. Eliminate the mercenary overlord battleship that triggered a spawn. Eliminate Shadow. The reports are automatically transferred to your cargo. Warp out. It's just a really fast, quick, and easy one. Good for rep. I'm gonna go put a micro warp drive on this other Thunderchild. Good for LP, yeah, for sure. I mean, the burners are better, but we're not set up for it right now. But if there was a active mission running fleet, 5 people here, I don't care if they were like brand new bros. Shit, I didn't pick up the mission, I don't think. It doesn't matter if they were brand new bros. I think with 5 people, we could build like a cheap ass, like, you know, 5 mil fit that would kill a burner, that would kill burners. Sorry, I forgot to pick up the mission.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Offered and accepted. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Have a good night, Mira. Thanks for coming.
Warp drive active. Oh shit.
think it's this one. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm back. I thought you died for a minute, Zadius. I'm glad to see that you didn't. Let's see. You're too skinny. Okay, what was that? So this is the alt. I believe has all their MTUs. Good. Got to run through my like winding down checklist of where are all my MTUs in space. So I just got off the phone with my woman. I have to take her out. So I'm going to plan to get on later tonight. Trying to think of what time probably it will wind up happening. Take her out? No, not like that.
Warp drive active.
I love my woman. But something I will never understand about women is when you ask them a question, like, hey, so I'm going to do XYZ and XYZ, like, how does that sound to you? And they just go, okay. And it's like, doesn't matter how many times I've heard that in my life, I'll take it and say like, oh, all right, like, sweet. But it never means okay. If you're out here and you're watching this and you're a young dude, or if you happen to stumble across this, let me drop a little piece of knowledge for you. If a woman says, that's fine, or okay,
Warp drive active.
it never means that. Not once, not ever. Doesn't mean that. So yeah, we're gonna oot and a boot, go have a good time, spend some time with the woman. And I'm gonna get back on here and grind because I've got, a couple weeks of freedom left here. So I know the boys appreciate it. I'm gonna get in every little drip that I can. I don't know why I warped over back to this MTU. I'm gonna head over to SIGA.
Warp drive
Hey, thanks for the follow, boss. I'm heading to SIGA to grab this other MTU. Then I'm gonna head back to Sharu to grab this one and get docked up. I've got about 15 or 20 minutes before I'm gonna wind down entirely. In terms of tonight, I'm gonna aim for 10:30 p.m. to hop back on. I'll throw the live stream on and see if I can get some people hanging out in here again. But either way, I'm starting to get into a little bit more of recruiter project-y mindset
Warp drive active.
Right on, Zadius. Well, I appreciate you like hanging out, and glad we could knock your standings out and make it to where you can fly in this space. In terms of my PvE, you know, for the foreseeable future, I'm very much more interested in this group content. You know, hell, I'd even run home fronts and stuff. We're just kind of building the you know, community brick by brick, right? Yeah, you know it, man. All day. I know you do the same. We're gonna have to get Joe's standings repaired.
Warp drive active.
Try to get a better ship. Hey, that's awesome. I mean, you saw it. I mean, I'm running these right now, and it's pretty much only gonna be these until I have Jamie out here in a week with the Marauders. So that caracal was helping, and a lot of it is because my single target is so low. You're fighting against active reps. Yeah, exactly. He can just log in at work and get VIP service, and we'll be happy to provide. What's in here? Not shit, but more modules for the pile. Abenaki, do we fly through Sharu on the way there? We do. That's annoying.
Warp drive active.
So I'm not gonna have enough space. It'd be really nice if I could make it to where like corp members could pick up my MTUs. Maybe I'm asking for too much. 100%, yeah. And some of them are fine really well. And in this market, 100%. That's the crazy thing, I think, is you know, when people are mining, they're mining for minerals, not ore. You get a lot of minerals from reprocessing. HSBB. Hit is it? What's HSBB?
Warp drive.
High sec
active.
buyback. Okay. Yeah, I tend to, if there's stuff that I just want to get rid of, I'll just throw it up on a public contract at like 70% market price, and someone always buys it. Yeah, then what you do is you're like core people that run all these missions, who are also, you know, kind of like partly responsible for providing ships and fitting up doctrine shit. We pile all these meta modules into like one station container or some shit like that, because, you know, they're not going to be worth like a whole lot of money or anything.
Warp drive.
And then
active.
after a while, you have so much shit sitting there, you could fit any meta fit in the game. It's crazy, like the variety that I have in here from just running like looting like 4 missions. Like niche things too, like survey scanners, signal amplifiers. You know, I wanted to switch my Jackdaw to light missiles, and I have light missile launcher, or those are rapid lights, but you get my point. It's very convenient when you consider that a majority of the time spent in this game is spent warping around and traveling if you're, you know, trying to get what you want where. And I see some more people popped in on Twitch.
Active.
Appreciate you guys coming in and taking a look. I've been running for almost 5 hours now. I'm going to take a little bit of a break right at that 5-hour mark, and I'm probably going to come back tonight around 10:30. If you are curious, I don't have the information set up in Twitch yet. I'm kind of new and slacking there. So if you scroll up, you'll see a link to our Discord. We've got a 500 PLEX giveaway that you can take a look at there.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What the fuck? Okay. I think my alt picked up the reports, yeah. You know you haven't finished your current mission for me, right? What? Alrighty. And then Thunderchild's really nice too, because I know the only thing I'm keeping in the cargo hold is either MTUs or Thunderchild ammo. So it's nice, quick, and easy kind of tear down and clean up. So we got we got one more MTU I gotta go pick up from space. Sure. I haven't even had my like probe scanner up to see if there's green sites popping up in here, but they are blood, you know, more green sites. And yeah, so the people out here, man, there's people running green sites and stuff. I haven't seen a ganker in this area once, and it blows my mind. Oh, Zat, if you're still in here, man, don't forget to look at the New Eden store. I guess every Tuesday now they give out 15,000 skill points if you're Omega'd. I don't know if you're Omega'd or not, but...
Warp drive active.
Absolutely. You know it. Oh, what am I looking at over here? Yeah, not a ton of value on that one. Only like 5 mil in loot. But again, it's like rapid light missile launchers, rocket launchers. Like, this is stuff that I will use and I like having around. If I just have a pile of hundreds and hundreds of meta modules, guess what? I'm gonna be yeeting ships in the low sec like they're nothing. Because I understand why like a miner would say, you know, the ore I mine is free. It is satisfying to kind of build your own stuff, work it up, that kind of solo self-found Iron Man style, without, you know, being as extreme as playing the game solo self-found. Sounds crazy.
Drive.
All right, well, I'm getting docked up here. I'm not going to start anything new because I'm going to be having to get off here in a second. So hey, I really appreciate everyone who came by to watch, especially those who came by to come chat. Zadius, it was fun running some missions with you. Took me back. Want to keep working on this corporation, so if you are interested in joining a corporation and you're watching this video, just join our Discord. It's going to be in the YouTube description, the VOD for this stream. We've got a giveaway going on in there as well. So we're just kind of starting to bubble up a bit and get some people excited about playing the game and getting together. And we're going to start in high sec and kind of progress our way into low sec with a PvP focus eventually. So if that's something that you might be interested in, come hit us up, say hello. Other than that, I really appreciate everyone's support, coming and watching. And yeah, y'all have a good night. I'll see you later. Try to be on around 10:30 if time allows me. Peace.